Step right up and come on inside Coors Field. Saturday night baseball. The Rockies looking to make it 2 straight against the Milwaukee Brewers, with just one more date on the calendar before Colorado takes off on a 10-game road trip. Rockies took care of the Brewers last night. They broke out the bats, won 8-3. It was good to see. And we welcome you upstairs with George Frazier. I'm Drew Goodman. Glad, of course, that you are along with us. Tonight, Colin McHugh will take the baseball for the Rockies as he makes his Colorado Rockies debut. A little bit of time in the big leagues this year and last year with the Mets.
Well, he has been, and I think the biggest key for him, he's got to throw strikes, which typically he does. If he has command of his curveball, look for something good to happen.
He's got an outstanding curveball, and he is very excited to be here.
Just to get my feet wet again, and it had been a while since I'd pitched, coming out of the big leagues with the Mets, and then getting designated. So, yeah, getting my feet wet, getting back on the hill, just facing live hitters again was really good, and yeah, I'm excited to be here.
And he pitched down in the Springs and did a nice job, George, down there.
He really did. 2-1, 240 earned run average. Now, part of that comes a little bit from when he was pitching for the New York Mets organization in Las Vegas. A difficult place to pitch. An earned run average under 3 there, earned run average under 3 in the Springs. And again, a guy that really pounded the strike zone. Now, if he'll continue to do that here and work the corners, there's a difference in having control and command. If he has command of his control, he'll have an all right night.
Yeah, he's not an overpowering guy. He's a 4-pitch mix guy, though, also.
Ground balls 28% of the time. The infield should be busy.
Sounds like a good plan for Colin McHugh making his Rockies debut tonight. He'll go against the veteran lefty Tom Gorzolani. We'll come back and talk Rockies offense and get you updated on Carlos Gonzalez next. Of Covington, Georgia, at a very small Berry College in Georgia. Looking to make his Rockies debut. The best ball game he's pitched in his brief major league career actually came last August against the Colorado Rockies. 7 shutout innings in which he struck out 9, allowed just 2 hits. Charlie Blackmon and DJ LeMahieu getting the hits against McHugh. Won't happen today because they're going to be in the lineup with McHugh. For more on Carlos Gonzalez and that finger that has been so problematic for him, we go downstairs and check in with Mark Stout. Mark?
Yeah, Drew, second straight game that Carlos Gonzalez is not in the starting lineup. He came out on Thursday during that game. We'll show you the injury. This goes back to the better part of a month or so. Early in the month, he didn't play a game after July 4th, missed a game in Arizona, came back, went 4 for 4 with a home run. But he's got a problem with swings and that right middle finger, and it is frustrating to number 5.
You know, that's my thing. Of course, I would like to feel better, but like I say, if it's something that I have to deal to the whole year, I'm gonna have to deal with it. Just go on there and try to do my best.
Yes, he's got the middle finger tape, but when I talk to him, when he swings the bat, he has his pinky of his right hand underneath the knob. So really he uses the middle finger and his ring finger for his torque, and he really can't use the middle finger. So with one finger that he's using, he's not really able to swing the bat that well. He'll take some time and just try to get healthy and try to avoid the DL, and that's what the Rockies are hoping for as well, Drew, obviously.
Yeah, Mark, that bite that you got there, say hello to Willeen Rosario, was very revealing because he always brings a big smile to the ballpark, and you can tell he's very frustrated by what's going on. Rockies hope to keep the bats going. Come on back with us. On Root Sports is brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, the Royal Gorge, that area had a fire earlier in the year, but tourists are flocking back in that direction. It's great to see. They're making their way down the Royal Gorge. You ever gone rafting, George?
Yes, I have. I've been down that 3 or 4 times. What a blast.
As long as you stay in and don't go swimming, it's a blast. Colin McHugh hops out of the dugout and he strides his way to the Coors Field mound. So he's ready to go. Rockies wearing the purple tops this afternoon, or early this evening, if you will. Ricky Weeks will lead it off again for Milwaukee. He struggled last year in the first half, hit below 200 last year in the first half, and this year not much better.
Still a dangerous guy who has a lot of pop atop the lineup for Ron Renicky, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Nori Aoki had a couple of hits last night. He's in the 2-hole. Gene Segura's had a wonderful year. Jonathan Lucroy appeared late in the ball game yesterday, had an at-bat, played some first base. He'll bat cleanup tonight. Carlos Gomez, a long home run late in the ball game yesterday. Caleb Gindel will start in left field. Juan Francisco at first. Unieski Betancourt will be batting eighth and playing third base. And the veteran left-hander Tom Gorzolani will be on the hill.
Well, as you did a little bit of research on Colin McHugh, you'll see he had 5 starts this year in the minor leagues, 2-1, pitched very well there. 10 games over in his minor league career, 36-26. The one pitch he commands for strikes more than anything else is curveball. 86% of the time this year he's throwing the curveball. That's his swing and miss or out pitch that he likes to go to.
And let's take a look at the Excel Energy defensive alignment for the Rockies, brought to you by Excel Energy. We bring you the energy you need so you can live the life you want. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Charlie Blackmon again will be in left field. Dexter's in center. Michael Kadire is in right. Arenado, Tulowitzki, LeMahieu, and Helton in the infield, with Rosario doing the catching. So a very familiar group of 8, with Cargo out of the lineup for the second straight day. Kind of overcast right now, and a little bit cooler than it was last night. Game time temperature well into the 80s last night, and tonight it's in the low 70s. Very pleasant as long as there's no rain, and a good crowd gathering on a Saturday night. The Rockies done a good job Saturday and Sunday, which is contrast to a year ago, really the last couple of years on the weekend. The Rockies are 10-6 on Saturday, 10-6 on Sunday. Those are their 2 best days of the week.
For McHugh, it's coming out after being roughed up earlier this year in a Met uniform at the big league level to duplicate what he had accomplished in the minor league level. And if you can get through this first inning without any runs being scored or hit hard, it's only going to build confidence for the second inning.
Here's the 1-1, and that ball's pulled down the line, and it is a fair ball. Ricky Weeks will cruise into second with a double. Weeks had a double in last night's ball game.
The changeup, he typically doesn't throw that often, only about 10% of the time, but you can see the circle change. If you don't get it extended, it stays up. And the velocity on this pitch at 84 miles an hour, not much of an offset from 90 miles an hour of the fastball. And Weeks quick to hit it hard and do it very quickly down that left field line.
Now Ricky's now 9 for 16 against the Rockies this year. Against everybody else, he's hitting .201.
So basically you're saying the Rockies are keeping him a little bit above the Mendoza line.
Yeah, that would be accurate. Nori Aoki. And he lays down a bunt. Good play there. And Q will throw to help. So Aoki moves Weeks. They'll give him a sack on that. And that'll bring up Gene Segura, 1 out and a runner at third base. I'm a big fan of that play. And it's nice when you have a guy who's hitting in the 2-hole who can bunt.
Well, and run a little bit. You know,
Yeah,
guys, the 2-hole, typically guys can bunt, they can hit and run. That's the position. That's why they're there. But if you got a guy that can lay one down pretty good, I mean, that's where, you know, when Dexter would hit in a 2-hole or EY in a 2-hole, you take advantage of that speed.
It's a two-way go. I mean, if he gets a hit, now you got first and third. If you just get it down, they throw you out at first, as occurred there. You've moved the runner over. The Rockies, interestingly, with 1 out in the top of the first inning, will pull the infield in with Gene Segura, who's leading them in hitting at .313. Segura 1 for 4 yesterday.
Trying to crowd him inside with the fastball. It's going to leak its way through because the infield's in.
So Segura, who leads the National League in hits, has another knock, and the Brewers have a 1-0 lead. 39
RBIs now for the young shortstop. You get the infield pulled completely in like this, you're thinking about air and you're thinking about hitting it hard. It's 2 things, the only thing you're thinking about. Hit out in front of home plate, shot between Arenado and Tulowitzki.
Segura had been 2 for 21 before that swing right there. I was talking to Ron Renicky about him, and he said he's had a great year. He's just kind of wearing down a little bit, which is not surprising for a young player at this level. once you hit late July. He can fly. He's got 30 stolen bases. He's like Home Depot, man. He brings a lot of tools to the ballpark.
Yes, he does. You talked last night about Lucroy being such a two-way guy. I mean, 14 and 55. Average at 284.
Good receiver, too. He's one of those guys, when you list the top catchers, used to be you always listed Brian McCann. Brian's dealt with some injuries lately. He's had a great career. Yadier Molina at the top of the list. Buster Posey at the top of the list. And Jonathan Lucroy is probably not mentioned, but in that next tier of catchers, he's pretty good.
But it's because of where he plays, I think. The national media sees him for 3 games on the East and West Coast. It's not like they get to see him as much as they do those other guys. And so you don't see, he doesn't get promoted as much, to be honest with you.
And he's got a lot of leadership characteristics. Just a very good player. And now with Braun out of there, Ramirez with the knee injury, Hart's had a knee injury all year, hasn't played. Lucroy, who in a perfect world is hitting 6th or maybe even 7th for you, is batting cleanup. One ball and 1 strike on Lucroy. McHugh looking for a ground ball. Long run and no play for Kadire.
Most teams, when they score first in a ball game, they have a tendency to have the ability to pile it on. Milwaukee, not the case. Just 29 and 16 when they score first. Doug's telling me that's not very good.
What's their record?
29 and 16 when they score first. Home and road. Doug says just shaky now.
It's not awful.
It's not awful, but shaky.
Back off McHugh into right field, and that's in no man's land. Lucroy is going to go to second. Segura for a moment had designs on scoring. That's going to go as a double off the pitcher. And McHugh's walking around like he's fine. That thing ricocheted off his leg into short right field.
Look, almost like a shin burger. Another look at him here from behind home plate on the robo. That was a line drive. No ground caught before it caught him in. It looked like the shin. You may be able to see it right now where that ball comes back and gets him. Yeah, it glanced right off of the shin.
Usually there's some reaction. He jogged fine, like didn't hit me.
No.
Well, now the infield will come in again. Carlos Gomez with 17 home runs. He almost hit the concourse with a home run last night in the 9th against Manuel Corpus. There's the curveball, but it misses, ball 1.
If the runner was at first, your middle infield, obviously I think at that point would stay back for the double play ball. With 1 out, they're trying to reduce damage here, so just knock it down. Ooh, boy, that fastball ran right out of the zone. Rosario wanted it on the outside corner. It ran to the inside. You see where Rosario in that outside corner ran well inside off the plate. Trying to track that baseball and cover it up.
It's a hard assignment for a catcher because he's never caught the cue. And you go out there in the bullpen, and that's the first time you see him to try to gauge what kind of movement he has. Kadire in right with Segura, and Segura can really run. And the throw is not going to get Segura tagging and moving up as Lucroy. Also, it's 2-0 on the sac fly by Gomez. 51st RBI for Carlos Gomez.
Well, not the way McHugh wanted this thing to take off. 3 hits out of the first 5 batters. 2 runs already across, a couple of doubles. One of those ricocheted off of him. He'd hope to have a lot better inning in this situation and try to work through this in a minimal amount of pitches. He's only thrown 13. 9 have been strikes.
Caleb Gindel will step up. Gindle, a stocky guy. Hit his first career home run last week. Not that you'd ever forget your first career home run. Came on Sunday. But it also was a walk-off home run in the 13th inning at Miller Park to beat Miami.
Yeah, that's one you never forget. It's like getting your first win as a pitcher, your first save, your first strikeout, all those things.
That had never happened in Milwaukee Brewer history before. The guy's first career home run was a walk-off. 1-2.
Yeah, this is where typically you would see him go with an off-speed pitch, as the slider or curveball, when he's ahead in the count at 1-2 strikes. Mullane's getting him to shake off, ask for the fastball inside. You can't miss with this pitch and let it come out over the middle.
It did, and fortunately
pretty
it
good
was fouled
swing
back.
It's hard for a sinker ball pitcher and a guy that runs the baseball to try to bury it to that inner half, because it's a natural pronation on the hand and it causes the ball to run. So you really got to be precise with it. There's the breaking ball.
And that is roped to center field. Gindle hoping for 2, and he's going to have a double, third double of the inning. And Milwaukee's put a 3 spot up here in the first against Colin McHugh.
Yeah, Jimmy Wright's going to take a quick visit to slow some things down here. Check on the leg possibly. Here's that curveball. And it stayed up more than you would want. The ball was up in the zone and hit into right center field.
So with Gindle at second, 3 runs in, Juan Francisco will step up.
Missing
2-0.
Yep, missing with the fastball there at 89 miles an hour. One of the worst things that happens is when you start to pitch away from contact when you're a contact guy, because you're going to fall behind in counts. 21st pitch of the inning coming now.
Two-0. Chop foul. That double by Gindle in his brief major league career was his first hit on the road. Gindle, a Florida kid, 5th round pick a few years back. Good numbers in the minor leagues, just a tad bit under 300. Curveball misses, and it's 3-1.
Got the fastball in that time, even though at 89, a good location because it was in on the hands and elevated.
Three-two, ball 4. And now 8 men will come to bat here in the opening frame. Betancourt coming up. Well, let's tell you how McHugh got on the Rockies' active 25-man roster. Rockies had to make a move before the ball game, and Mitchell Boggs was optioned to AAA Colorado Springs. He appeared in a couple of games. Came from St. Louis a few weeks back.
Well, the thing you got to be careful of if you're Walt Weiss, you're a man down in the bullpen now, back to 7. Corpus went 2 innings last night. So you got to try to figure out a way to maneuver through it. It may be one of these games you turn into an American League game and manage it that way and say, you know what, Coleman, hopefully you'll keep this to 3. You don't want it to get carried away and end up in a 5 or 6 run deficit in the first inning.
Betancourt 0 for 3 last night, and this should get him out of the inning. Shallow right field, but Kadire will get there. In the inning, 3 runs, 3 doubles, also a single and a walk. So Milwaukee with the quick start. On the season, look to get hot once again. Walt Weiss's Southwest Airlines batting lineup. DJ LeMahieu will bat second, and then it's Tulowitzki. Kadire at 331. Willeen Rosario will bat 5th tonight. Helton against the lefty will bat 6th. Todd hitting above 300 since the break. 2 more hits last night. Nolan Arenado had a couple of singles yesterday. Then Charlie Blackmon and McHugh. Tom Gorzolani making his 5th start of the year. He's worked 32 times out of the bullpen. He's comfortable whether he's in the rotation or if he's working long haul relief.
The big problem you have is he just hadn't worked deep. You know, when you're National League, long relievers, 2 innings, 3 max when you go out there. So as a starter with this 5th start, the earned run average really good, 247. If you're wondering what he throws at home, I'll tell you what he throws at home. He throws a fastball 91% of the time, and 91.1 miles per hour, but about 55% of the time, and he'll come back with a slider, changeup, cutter. But he'll use mostly fastball, slider.
He works very quickly. His best year in the big leagues came in 2007 with the Pirates. He went 14-10, threw over 200 innings that year with a 3.88 ERA. 31-year-old, and that's fouled off. He does not have particularly good numbers against the Rockies. He's faced them 10 times, 4 as a starter, 1 and 2 with an 8.64 mark, and as a starter he has a 9.37 ERA against Colorado. Here's the 1-2. Just inside. Gorzolani and Dexter have some history. Fowler 4 for 11 with a home run. And that's a fly ball to Oki in right field. The Brewers defensively brought to you by Excel Energy. Make the choices that fit your life, and Excel will provide you the energy to power it. Visit ResponsibleByNature.com to learn more. Caleb Gindel in left. Carlos Gomez with the big arm in center. Nori Aoki's a good outfielder. He's in right. Betancourt, Segura, Weeks, and Francisco with Lucroy behind the plate. Give you an idea of the difference between the Rockies defense in the infield versus the Brewers. Brewers made a couple errors last night. The Brewers, with the quartet I mentioned in the infield, they have 40 errors. The Rockies, with the 4 playing in the infield, Arenado, Tulowitzki, LeMahieu, and Helton, have 11 errors. 40 versus 11. Yeah. Weeks has 9, Segura has 11, Betancourt has 9, Francisco has 11.
And if you got a team that's putting the ball on the ground, you better be able to catch it. Francisco, not a full-time first baseman. Last night we watched him go after 2 balls that primarily should have never even gone after.
On 3 pitches, Gorzolani strikes out LeMahieu. And part of the problem, again, for Milwaukee with all the injuries, they've had 6 different players play first and 5 different players play third, and that's why they're 4th from the bottom in fielding percentage in the National League, and they've made that's 2nd lowest, I should say, in the National League, and they've made 73 errors overall. 2nd lowest if you do it by fielding percentage. 2 outs and Tulowitzki at the plate, and he's fooled.
Are you thinking fastball, first pitch fastball, get ahead? Gorzolani threw the pitch like it's the 9th inning with a 1-run lead. A nasty slider.
Now, one thing I look at, George, and I know you do as well with the pitcher, how many hits has he given up per innings pitched? Gorzolani now at 59 innings has given up just 41 hits.
Yeah, and how many extra base hits of the 41? That's the other thing. How many long balls? How many extra base hits? He really has the ability to control innings. You mentioned it, though, just his 5th start of the year.
He's given up 6 home runs this year in 59 innings. Which is less than 1 per 9 innings. One and 2 on Tulowitzki. Troy last night ripped a single up the middle. Last night was strange. The Rockies had 8 runs on 9 hits. It was so welcome to see, but it's not like they scalded the baseball. Troy probably had the hardest base hit of the night.
I mean, Arenado, a couple of hits, one soft in the infield, but you got 2 RBIs out of it. Take it, it evens itself out.
Strike 3. And Tulowitzki's going to chew on Dana Demuth. Gorzolani works a 1-2-3 first inning. The Rockies trailing 3-0. energizing superfood you can add to any dish that's healthy and delicious. Here's Mark Stout. Mark?
All right, guys, you've been talking about Colin McHugh. He made his debut against the Rockies last August 23rd for the Mets at Citi Field. I asked him about that game, and he said, you know what? The only player I knew on the Rockies was Charlie Blackmon because they're both from Atlanta. And he said, I figured I'd be able to get him out. Well, Blackmon led that game off with a double. So I said, Charlie, did you know Colin McHugh? He said when he was about 15 or so, and he's got a year on Colin, they played a little select baseball. He said he saw McHugh throw, and he said, kind of pudgy, but looks like he knows what he's doing. He's going to be a good pitcher someday. Here they are, teammates, playing at Coors Field for the Rockies in this game, guys.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, when he threw the 7 shutout innings against the Rockies, gave up just 2 hits. Blackmon had one of the 2 hits. LeMahieu had the other. And Gorzolani is gone, 1 out. Well, let's flash back for a moment. August 23rd last year, making his debut against the Colorado Rockies. And what a debut it was. 9 punch-outs and a walk in 7 shutout innings. That's a memorable outing.
Great outing. You better believe it. Very good pitches up into the zone. Kept the fastball down when he needed to. Had very good command of the curveball. The one pitch that he's always been able to go to and does go to a lot.
Ricky Weeks started the rally an inning ago when he lined a double to the left field corner. Weeks, a powerfully built second baseman. I always say this when I see Ricky. He looks like an NFL strong safety.
A big guy, there's no question about that. For a second baseman, very thick in the upper half.
At a Southern University inside, 2-1. His brother Jamal in the Oakland organization. He was a big star at the University of Miami.
Yeah, playing in AAA right now, swinging the bat well.
Inside, 3-1. Nice pickup by Arenado, and Hilton at the other end. What a play by Nolan Arenado to get Ricky Weeks 2 outs in the second. That was special.
Well, it is special because of the range, and then on the receiving end of that, Todd Hilton able to get it up out of the dirt and has remained contact with the bag. Off balance throw, and you try to feed, you know the ball's going to tail back, but Hilton with the scoop out front and the catch, it retires Weeks. Tell you, the guy very happy about that play right now. It's Coleman and McHugh out on the mound. That lead runner out here in the second.
One on Aoki, and that pitch just a little bit beneath the knees. Change up. 1-1. Talked about Aoki's career in Japan with Yakult last year. That's a great bunt. Forget about it. And that's one of the reasons he won 3 batting titles in Japan.
Well, just think about a little bit younger too, probably a little quicker. Slaps that ball right in the perfect position. Past the pitcher, not a play by your first baseman. Typically will go to the bag, so then it's up to the pitcher and the second baseman to get to the baseball. Last night talked about his speed, 13 stolen bases. He's been caught
10 times,
which is tied for first amount of guys being caught in the National League this year.
He takes off first pitch, and Rosario's not going to have a chance. Picked a good pitch to go on. He went on a curveball. So that is stolen base number 14 for Aoki.
Well, a lot of base runners are just like fielders. They'll peek in to see what pitch is going to be called. That's why it's important for your catcher to tighten everything up so they don't see that pitch. It's kind of one of those tricks of the trade. You just get out far enough on your lead where you can peek back a little bit early. You can pick up which pitch they're going to go to.
2-0 on Gene Segura, who bounced one through a drawn-in infield to drive in a run last inning. His 39th RBI. Brewers have lost 2 straight, 4 of 5. And they have the poorest road record in the game at 16-31. And the worst road records of National League teams. Miami was just here, 17-35, and then the Giants, surprisingly, the world champion Giants, are only 18-31. Padres out of the NL West also on that list. Two-one. George, he's really pitching off his off-speed stuff right now, not off his fastball.
Well, that's because he's getting the fastball up and not out of the play. What comfortable with throwing the spinners somewhere in the strike zone to get outs. That has been his out pitch throughout his career, is the off-speed stuff. Fastball just set it all up.
Back up the middle and on through, a run-scoring single for Segura, and it's 4-0 Milwaukee.
That little run, a little bit of small ball there. 40 RBIs now by Segura, by the way. The bunt, stolen base, and then a ground ball base hit up the middle out of the reach of McHugh. Coming right back at it again. You see a fastball's going to run, sink, not a bad pitch, just good job of hitting. You're taught as a hitter to take the sinker back up the middle, and that's just what he did.
Lucroy doubled to right center his first time, 1-0. Rockies' rotation has been just outstanding the last few weeks. The best ERA in baseball, in fact, since July the 8th, the 2.08 ERA. Taking a little bit of a bruising here as McHugh has struggled in his first couple of innings. Chatwood, what a job last night. 7 innings, 2 runs. He struck out a career best 11. There goes the runner. Rosario's throw is high into center field, and jumping up and moving up another 90 feet is Gene Segura. That is stolen base number 31 for Segura, and it's an error on Rosario, putting him at third. All of this with 2 outs.
Yeah, Rosario's 7th error for him. Got a little bit quick, got to the side of the baseball. Big jump. Segura with his 31st stolen base. So, you know, you feel like you got to hurry a little bit, but as soon as the hand gets outside of the baseball, you're not going to have a straight flight of the baseball. The ball sailed away from Mayu at 6'4" and in the air by almost 4 to 5 feet.
Milwaukee leads the league in stolen bases. They led the league last year in stolen bases. LeMahieu throws out Lucroy, so that leads Segura at third. Couple hits and another run for Milwaukee. Middle of 2, they're up 4-0. the second inning. Kadire, Rosario, and Helton. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Rockies went in order against Tom Gorzolani in the first inning. Kadire will try to start the chipping away process. One for 3, an RBI and a walk last night for Cuddy. Among the league leaders in hitting at .331. And he takes a strike from Gorzolani.
Hey, quick happy birthday to Aiden Jack Maynard, who's turning 10 today. The nephew of Keith Schultz.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Kadire and Alan Craig tied for second in the league behind Yadier Molina. And Molina's just 4 points ahead of Kadire.
Molina was so hot for so long.
We're going to see Chris Johnson in a couple of days, third baseman for Atlanta. Briefly with Arizona, former Houston Astro. Atlanta wins with pitching.
They always have. But pitching with him, meaning not just starting, it's also a strong bullpen. They've always had one.
And their bullpen, despite losing 2 outstanding lefties, O'Flaherty and Venters, is still doing exceptionally well. So bouncer to third. Betancourt will throw out Kadire.
Let's not forget about this weekend. The first 20,000 through the gates. You're going to get the Ellis Burks. Hey, Ellis, you're in the house. You bet. Bobblehead Day. That's tomorrow against the Milwaukee Brewers. Ellis Burks. Wave, Ellis. Let's see if he's watching. Wave, Ellis. Come on, Ellis. Wave. Look at the TV above you. He's not going to do it. That's all brought to you by Sports Authority. So get your tickets for tomorrow's ball game. Why do all these guys that come back through look like they should still be playing?
That does not.
I mean, Walker was back in here. Galarraga was back in here. Color Galarraga's hair. He looks like he's 30 again.
Tell you what, Walk's taking great care of himself. He's lifting a lot of weights. And Ellis Burks was always in great condition, and that has not changed in retirement. You, my friend, on the other hand.
They're a lot younger than me.
Yeah, they are.
A lot younger.
We'll give you a mulligan on that.
No. I'm not running anywhere.
I know that.
There's no reason to.
Yeah.
I bet you, never mind. Somebody asked me the other day, how long have you known that coach? I said he had dark hair when we first met. And then they go, okay, that's a long time ago.
To center field, and this one will drop. A bloop single for Rosario, first base runner for the Rockies with 1 out in the second.
Yeah, Angel Hernandez got right in the way of Ricky Weeks, too, as he started to make a break on the baseball.
Speaking of guys who lift a lot of weights, Angel Hernandez does. You know, Angel's smiling about it. Ricky didn't have a grin on his face.
No, see, he was going back to get to the baseball, and Angel, he needs to work on his cardio to get out of the way a little bit. Put some movement in his feet.
Todd Helton coming up. Todd, a couple more hits last night. Rockies with 9 hits last night, 8 singles. The only extra base hit was Chatwood's double right down the third base line. Helton 2 for 8 lifetime against Gorzolani. The guy the Rockies, well, they wish he's in the lineup every day. Really today is Cargo. Cargo 6 for 9 lifetime, including a double and a couple doubles and a triple against Gorzolani. Here's Carlos nursing that middle finger on his right hand. And he realizes now it's 3-0, and you heard him with Mark Stout prior to the ball game. Chatted with him for a period of time yesterday. He realizes it's something he's going to battle all year. It's not going to feel good until a couple of months into the offseason. 3-0's in there, 3-1. Every NFL camp's open, George. It's kind of like NFL players. You feel great on day one, and it's the best you're going to feel all year.
That's right.
It's downhill from
unless
there.
Unless you're the punter,
right? Or the backup quarterback. Well, pops this one up. Foul ground. Betancourt's going to have a play. 2 outs. Nolan Arenado coming up. It's time now for Who's Flying High, presented by SkyVenture Colorado Indoor Skydiving. The Rockies have dominated the Brew Crew the last couple of years. They've won 8 of 10. They're hitting .331 against Brewers pitching. And took 14 jacks in those 10 games. If you've ever dreamed of flying, now's your chance. Visit SkyVentureColorado.com for more information. Arenado 2 singles last night, and he drove Carlos Gomez to the wall in straightaway center field. And this is an easy play for Weeks.
shortstop never made a move to come in, take it the long route, and he's able to get Arenado.
Rockies trailing 4-0. We're off to the third. Ford Fusion, quality you want, power you deserve. Ford Fusion, go further. By Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. By the Honey Smoked Fish Company, a ready-to-eat, energizing superfood you can add to any dish that's healthy and delicious. And by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. This is Dragon Boat races at Sloan's Lake in North Denver. That looks like a dead heat.
I officiated that today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, the red boat by, a nanosecond.
Well, you got to knock the flag over. That's how you determine who the winner is.
Well, you know all the rules.
I had to referee it.
You were in that sailboat behind, huh?
The catamaran.
The catamaran behind?
Yes.
Nicely done, George. I was wondering what you did earlier today. Line drive, and that eludes Troy Tulowitzki for a base hit. Carlos Gomez will lead off the third with a knock. That's the 7th hit already against Colin McHugh. Caleb Gindel, an RBI double, his first road hit in his brief major league career. Now, the Rockies had allowed starters 3 or fewer earned runs in 16 straight games coming into tonight. That obviously snapped with the 4 McHugh has given up on 7 hits. Opponents hitting just .223 during those 16 games against the Rockies starters. Now, the Rockies all year, not unlike many teams, been searching for a guy in that 5th spot. I'll show you a graphic in a moment to illustrate how difficult it has been for the Rockies to fill that 5th spot. Runner going, and Rosario's throw again is a little bit high. This one was more accurate, but sliding under the tags Gomez, and he has his 23rd stolen base. So that's the 3rd bag already in this game for the Brewers. So the current first 4 in the rotation made 73 starts. Their ERA 3.37. That's terrific. They've allowed only 24 home runs. Now all the others, and all the others would be John Garland, Jeff Francis, Roy Oswalt, Drew Pomeranz, and 31 starts, 6.53 ERA, and they've allowed more home runs in far less ball games. It's an industry-wide problem.
5th starter's tough to find.
Yeah.
Mostly times it's a young kid who's trying to break into the big leagues. He just has a hard time with it.
That's going to be a tough play. Well done by Arenado. He got Gindo by a step. I didn't think the way that thing came off the end of the bat with the English, I didn't think they were going to have a play. Nolan got there, barehanded it, got the out.
Well, normally, if you're a 3rd baseman, you can do 3 or 4 things really good, not all of them. Nolan does them all good. He can come in on a baseball, bare hand, make the play. He's got range to both sides, arm side, glove side. I think that's the key to Nolan, and a very accurate, powerful arm.
Infield will come in again. Juan Francisco at the plate. He walked his first time. 3 in the first for Milwaukee. They got a run with 2 outs last inning. Swung on and missed. Carlos Gomez at 3rd. This ball's tatered to right, high and deep, and out of here. Francisco with his 13th home run. And Milwaukee not fooled by Colin McHugh this evening. They have 6 runs on 8 hits in 2 1/3. And this is
you can't let this game get out. I mean, right now it's 6-0 with Gorzolani. The way he's pitched, 2.40 ERA. It's going to be tough to try to make up this deficit on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. We'll look at the fastball inner half. Remember back in his previous at bat, they threw the fastball in. They threw the fastball in and got it on his hands. So now you got a veteran guy up here. Look right here. Look at that whole front side just open up. The hips open up so he can get to that inside fastball. He just made a great adjustment on it. So here's another look at it. Watch that front. Wow, man, that thing just peels wide open. Contact made on that fastball 1.5 to 2 feet out in front of home plate.
He knew he got it. 6-0. 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Tom Gorzolani at the plate. He struck out his first time. Waves at a slider. And Adam Ottavino.
Well, you have to. If you're Walt Weiss, you just can't let it go. Even though there's 2 outs here in the 3rd inning, more than likely, McHugh will not get his first at bat in a Rocky uniform. He hits second in the lineup. Just guessing.
And the 0-2 is hit in the air to center field. Dexter will make the catch. A single and a 2-run home run from Juan Francisco. 6-0 Milwaukee. Rockies as we go to the bottom of the third inning, 8-9-1 for Colorado. Tonight's Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Best run differential by sub-500 teams this year. The Rockies are actually on the plus side, and a lot of front office folks, sabermetricians, look at this because it's indicative of what your record should be. Now, according to sabermetrics, for what that's worth, which is a lot actually, +6 should be that you're 2 games over 500. Generally speaking, the Rockies are 4 games south of 500. So if that continues, hopefully your record starts to match where you are. But that was coming into tonight, and that has been erased because the Rockies are now down 6-0. They have plenty of catching up to do against a guy who's thrown the ball well, Tom Gorzolani. Charlie Blackmon 3 for 19 against left-handed pitching. The Rockies have struggled overall against lefties this year. Against left-handed starters, they're 14-23, 9 games below 500. They're 5 over 500 against righty starters, 36-31. And it's a little bit surprising, George, to me, in that such a key guy at the top of the lineup is Dexter Fowler, and Dexter is hitting well over 300. In fact, he's hitting 344 against lefties. Cargo's hitting over 300 against lefties, 319. And then you have Kadire and Tulowitzki. So it doesn't figure as to how the Rockies are really struggling against left-handed starters when you talk about their big 4.
Right. They shouldn't be.
No, you wouldn't think so, would you?
Not at all.
This is sharply hit, but right at Gene Segura. Blackmon runs well, but he's out by a step. With 1 out and nobody on, Colin McHugh will hit for himself. Rockies fans, this season we want to answer your questions, and we have been during Toyota Talk. And we'll do it again tonight in the 5th inning. Text Toyota followed by your question at 720-720. Tonight, game 105 for the Rockies. Berry College, where McHugh went, is a D3 school. He's the only player ever out of Berry College, not only to get to the big leagues, the only player to be drafted out of Berry College. Gorzolani throws out McHugh, 2 outs.
Gorzolani was thinking about it. I guess that grass got a little messed up here. Got to get off the mound in a hurry. Left-hander start to turn your bodies early, then make that snap throw over and do the belly flop. Right there, foot slipped out from underneath of him on the carpet. Veteran guy out on the mound right now is pitching Coors Field a little bit. Rush off the mound, make a play, and then he's going to take a little time to catch his breath.
Fowler with 2 outs at a fly ball to right his first time. Rockies first time through the lineup against Gorzolani had 1 base runner. It was the bloop single by Willeen Rosario. Segura on the move. Good throw. 1, 2, 3 in the 3rd inning for Tom Gorzolani.
Over the Rockies. You know, a lot of teams have a lot of different jerseys. They used to call them 3rd jerseys or different looks. Well, the Brewers have taken it to another level this season. Milwaukee has worn 12 different jerseys. The last one was one from the Negro Leagues. It was the Milwaukee Bears, and that was a team back in 1923. But my favorite is the one, if you can see it in there, it's in Polish. It's Brewers in Polish, starting with a P. Piwo Ważne is what that says. So one game they had hues of the Polish flag. They gave away sausage, little bobbleheads, and they had a bunch of polka all night long. Piwo Ważne is how you say that, Drew and George.
I was always wondering.
You practiced too, didn't you?
My background is such that culturally I could figure that out because I'm a mix. I'm American. Piwo Ważne. And I practice as well. Starting at about noon today. 12 jerseys. Phrase 12 different jerseys. That's how you really, you know, that's about one every 8 games
Whatever
or so.
happened, you know what? All the teams I played on through my career, you had a home and a road.
You had white and you had gray, right?
Yeah. White and gray, that was it. Or, you know, powder blue and white.
Right, you had your nickname and then you had the city. That was it. That's good enough, though, right? You were in the big leagues? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't care what union they were.
Right. Name on the back and a number.
Or anything.
So, anyway, Piwo Ważne, if you want to
the more jerseys,
use that later today.
The more jerseys, the more potential revenue, right?
Correct.
So where they work it.
Nori Aoki is 1 for 1 in a sac bunt. He actually bunted twice. He bunted for a hit his last time up, pulled that bunt with him and pulled it into no man's land past the pitcher's mound toward the second baseman. Guys who can really bunt, it's really an art. That's part of the uniform as well in Milwaukee.
Well, only when you're outside grilling you get to wear that.
The Brewers and their parking lot surrounding Miller Park, one of the great spots.
We always like shooting the open out there in the parking lot, don't we? Isn't that fun?
We did that a couple years ago. Great places to tailgate. I always associate tailgating with football.
But they get a little grumpy. You don't just jump in there and get in line with everybody, particularly with Rockies gear on. You better tell them what you're doing. You're going to be on TV. Trust me. You'll like it. Okay, go ahead and eat.
They eat well. LeMahieu throws out Aoki.
Coors Field is open all year round for special events, and most areas of the ballpark can be reserved. So call 303 Rockies for more information. Get a lot of business meetings, cocktail receptions, and a whole lot more right here at the ballpark. 303 Rockies again for you to gain information and set a date for your next meeting.
Segura takes a slider for a strike. Segura almost swung at that and he got hit by the pitch.
He started to go, and when he started to go for it, he led right into it. You know, that's that running fastball that starts away and it comes way in on you. Always loved it when the trainers ran out here like this. And does it hurt right here where I'm squeezing real hard? Yeah, it hurts. That's the spot. This red spot with the seam marks on your arm, is that it?
Yeah.
That's the part that really hurts. Here you go. Here's that running fastball coming in. Look, he's starting to take a hack at it. And then it just kind of glances off the forearm. Got him good, but not like really good. Good enough he went down. See right here, he's coming forward, the ball's coming at him. Not a comfortable situation. They're going to take him out of the ball game, it looks like. Yeah, maybe not.
It'd be a good idea if he's going to continue the at bat to give him a hat.
Yeah, get your helmet back on. I think the trainer's kind of trying to convince him, let's go on into the house. There's no reason to stay in here. 6-0 lead. We'll get a new one in there. That's what you do. You try to grab his finger, grab the hand, squeeze, see if there's any discomfort at all. It ends up being a lot like a Charlie horse.
And the reason, the reason that he's staying at the plate again, he swung at that pitch, so it's not a hit by pitch. All it is an 0-2 count.
If it would have
That's the ultimate in adding injury to insult.
If it would have been a
Steve
Garvey type forearm, it might have gone in fair territory. Or Don Zimmer in the 50s, better known as Popeye.
Six nothing Milwaukee here in the top of the fourth inning. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. Rockies have been out hit 8-1. Good play by Tulo to stay down on that. And a 1-2-3 inning from McHugh. Go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Let's take a look at our AT trivia question tonight on a Saturday night at the ballpark. Of all players with 100-plus career at-bats against the Brewers, who has the highest batting average? Think about that. We will provide you, I promise, with an answer in a little while. DJ LeMahieu, Troy Tulowitzki, Michael Kadire. DJ 0 for his last 10. Tom Gorzolani has not really allowed a hard hit ball. Only hit a bloop single by Willeen Rosario in the second. This ball's a hard hit ball, and Gomez makes the catch.
It's kind of like hitting it at the Gold Glove third baseman or first baseman or shortstop. You nail it, you hit it, they make plays on it. Gomez is just one of those guys that can do it. Great breaks on baseballs, particularly coming in. That's why he plays a little bit shallow, a sinking line drive. He's able to utilize that speed, get there and make the catch.
Remember when he was one of the top prospects in baseball? He was in the Mets organization, and he was part of the Johan Santana deal with Minnesota. Here's Troy.
Some guys develop a little later. Here's a base hit for Tulowitzki, bouncing to the left side of the infield.
That'll bring up Kadire. Game number 9 of a 10-game homestand. The Rockies 4-4 on the homestand, and you know they've struggled to score runs. They've hit just 4 home runs so far on the homestand. Unusual in the month of July in particular. If this was April or late in September, you say, well, maybe the weather's cold. Typically in July, the Rockies score an abundance of runs at 20th and Blake. This is grabbed by Gorzolani to Segura. And safe at first. Off the bag was Francisco.
They're pretty animated about the call, too. Corey Blazer did not hesitate at all with that call. That sells the call to your umpire, too. Flip there, a little trouble getting it out of the glove. That didn't buy any time for Segura, and then on over. As you can see, when he stepped, everything got pulled off.
You know what?
Apparently not.
Yeah, it looked like he was on the bag.
Yeah, it did.
The Rockies take advantage of the little break there. Rosario with 2 outs and Kadire at first.
We'll see if he kept the foot on. Slow down. You know what? Hey, maybe he didn't. Well, I'll tell you what, Corey was in a great position to make the call.
It depends what angle you're looking at. So actually, Corey Blazer was all over. Good job. 1-2 on Wheeling. Tampa beat the Yankees again tonight, 1-0. Tampa's in first in the American League East. Has anybody noticed that?
I did notice that, and I noticed how well they played of late. And Oakland's got a 4-game lead in the West. How about that?
Tampa, with the win tonight, is now 62-42, 20 games clear of 500.
8-2 in their last 10 ball games. Boston 4-6, Baltimore 6-4, New York 3-7.
And Rosario strikes out against Gorzolani. Gorzolani with his third strikeout, 4 shutout innings from the veteran lefty. Rockies and Brewers play tomorrow. Stick around for Rockies Weekly. We'll catch up with former Rocky Preston Wilson, visit the Rockies youth baseball camp, and show you the top plays of the week. Don't miss Rockies Weekly. That's tomorrow after the ball game. Well, we go to the 5th inning already. The Brewers have had their way. They've scored 6 times against Colin McHugh. McHugh had a 1-2-3 4th inning. Jonathan Lucroy, Carlos Gomez, Caleb Gindel, I should say, 4, 5, and 6 here in the 5th inning.
We did that for about an hour and a half. Then we dropped Sale, and his brother from Greeley came down and we motored around a little bit.
We'll give credit a little bit to McHugh. I mean, he has tried to battle and keep this thing around a little bit. Give you at the first inning, you didn't think he might not be out there for the 2nd, 3rd. He gives up a couple of runs there, 3 to be exact over the next 2. He's still out there. Trying to buy some airtime for that bullpen.
A little cutter or slider for a strike. 0-1 on Lucroy, a double and a ground ball to second. Left field pretty deep. Blackman should have a play. He will.
Well, that's a good thing about it too. Roy Oswalt threw a bullpen today, about a 25-pitch pin earlier. And all indications, everything went fine.
Got that hamstring injury. First time the 35-year-old, there's Roy, after on the other side of Tyler Chatwood, has ever dealt with a hamstring injury. Carlos Gomez, a sac fly and a single. stolen base, scored a run in the third inning. That goes foul. And that's line to center field. That's hit number 9 tonight for Milwaukee. So Gomez and his speed at first base. Caleb Gindel coming up. The Brewers have stolen 3 bases already.
Visit your local dugout stores for all things Rockies and get discounted tickets with every $20 merchandise purchased. Also, check out the great gifts with purchase opportunities. So do that at your local dugout stores. You can call 303-832-TEAM for more information and locations of those dugout stores.
Gindel, a .293 career minor league hitter. A double and a ground ball to third. Getting where 6 runs in this day and age, George, is a big number. See where scoring continues to decline in Major League Baseball. It's at its lowest point since the early 70s.
Pitching is better. Defensively, the athletes are better. I think they get to a lot of balls in the outfield and the infield that didn't used to be. I looked the other day, her double plays were up like 4%. That's an awful lot. So
now there's a number of factors. There's no question there's a lot of good arms that have come into the game. And continue to clean up the game from a performance enhancing drug standpoint as well. One and one on Gindel. Dodgers won again last night. They're up 1-0 in the first inning against Cincinnati at home.
you can always tell too. Now all of a sudden you're seeing a lot of the DSL suspensions coming in with the Dominican Summer League and the transactions every day. Some of the younger kids still think they can get away with it. And the PEDs, there's been 10 in the last 3 days that have been reported to the newspaper. So I'm sure there'll be more to follow. And if you're wondering, there has not been one Rocky from the DSL.
One and two on Gindel. Outside with the fastball, 2-2. This ball ripped to deep right center. Kadire will make the catch right on the edge of the track. And that's the second out. That'll bring up Juan Francisco, who hit a 2-run home run over the right field scoreboard his last time up. Curveball at the knees for a strike.
I mentioned earlier they got away with a swing and miss up and in on a fastball in his first at bat, not in the third at bat. Third bat left the yard. Excuse me, second at bat left the yard. 2-run home run.
Runner going. Rosario's throw not going to get. Gomez. 4 stolen bases for the Brewers tonight. Gomez with 24 now, his second bag.
We'll see if everything gets quick here and a little bit of a sail too. As soon as you see that back shoulder, that lead shoulder dive left, what happens as soon as that catcher's shoulder dives, typically the hand will fly. In other words, it gets outside the baseball and you create a move to the right on the fly to the baseball. They steal third base now. Now you're starting to rub it in a little bit. And again, do not blame Rosario for the whole deal. As a pitcher, you got to do 2 looks, look back, step off, all kinds of things to try to start to maintain the running game.
Two and 2 after the curveball kicked away for a moment. Brewers have been struggling offensively with all of their middle of the order guys either suspended in the case of Braun or hurt in the case of Hart and Ramos Ramirez. 11th in runs scored in the league, but tonight they have 6 against young Colin McHugh. Young in terms of big league experience, not necessarily age. That's strike 3. So McHugh fans Francisco with Gomez at third. 6-0 Milwaukee as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. It's our Toyota Talk inning. We'll get to some questions here in a moment. Todd Helton will lead it off. He fouled out to third his first time up against Gorzolani. Rockies 30-25 at home. They'll conclude this series against Milwaukee tomorrow, and then it's off to Atlanta, Georgia. See the Braves for 4 games. Braves won earlier today. One of the better series going in Major League Baseball, 2-0 over St. Louis. Rockies will also see the Pirates and the Mets. Pirates in the 7th, leading in Miami 6-4. The Mets lost in D.C. 4-1 to the Nationals, and Todd went 0-2. He was coming back from Tommy John George against the Rockies. Brandon Beachy.
Throwing the ball well lately. Throwing the ball real well. Down at the minor league level on his rehab. He is throwing the ball extremely well. They need a shot in the arm somewhere with the injury to Hudson. And then we continue. I mean, what do they got? 6-game lead now in the National League East. 8.5 game lead, excuse me, going into the National League East over Washington and Philadelphia. Philadelphia made a little run at them. They still are out looking for help in their starting rotation.
To left field, and Gindel near the line makes the catch, 1 out. That's our first question on Toyota Talk. If not Nolan, who would win the Gold Glove at third base? That's a good question.
That's a really good question. And I don't know, probably for one of your teams that get into the playoff, Chris Johnson with the Atlanta Braves, their third baseman, because of the offensive numbers. You know, I hate to say it that way, but that's what happens a lot.
I'm thinking.
I can tell.
Well, Headley had a great year last year.
But that doesn't count.
No, I'm saying he's not involved this year. Ryan Zimmerman, who has great hands, has had numerous throwing errors. He has shoulder issues and a little bit of the yips, it looks like. David Wright. That would be the guy I would pick if Arenado's not to win it. A lot of baseball left, though. 2 more months. Arenado grounds out to Gene Segura. Charlie Blackmon coming up. He grounded out to Segura his first time after being in the loft last night, where's the best seat at Coors Field, Henry and Rifle. There aren't many bad ones. It depends. You know, if you have the opportunity to sit in a number of different areas, I would do that. I've enjoyed, it's been a long time because obviously we're working most nights right behind home plate. I love to watch the game from our booth and see it from this vantage point. But I remember years ago sitting out in left field. That's a great seat, and it's a nice way to watch the ball game right there over the left field wall.
And honestly, Coors Field seats are comfortable to sit in. I'm 6'5", so you know there's a lot of these older ballparks you go to, even the newer ones. They're trying to jam as many seats as they can into an area. And what's nice about it is I like to sit in these seats because I got some leg room. So they're very comfortable to be in.
Well, the Mountain Ranch Club, you want a great dining experience and catch the ball game. That's hard to beat. When are we go? We're going out to the Mountain Ranch Club coming up.
I'm sure we are.
And then the new the Press Club, which opened this year, right behind home plate. Good eats in there also. 2-2 on Black.
Gorzolani in his starts, the longest he's gone is 90 pitches in a game. He's only at 57 here in the 5th. He's really pounded his own. That was against San Diego in a loss when he went 5 2/3, 5 hits. He walked 3, struck out 6.
George Pacheco on deck if Blackmon reaches, and Blackmon will reach a base hit to right. McHugh is done after 5 innings. He gives up 6 runs on 9 hits. His first start in the Rockies uniform. Pacheco fouls it off. You know, Jordan was a very good pitcher in high school. Pitched a little bit his freshman year at the University of New Mexico. And coming out of high school, he was looked at by a number of scouts as a pitcher. He had a great curveball. He threw in the upper 80s, touched 90. But he had no interest long-term in being a pitcher. He was signed with his hometown university, UNM, and he was a Lobo, and it's worked out very well for him. Last year, 5th in the league in hitting at 309. Not getting the at-bats this year. 1-2. Way inside at 92-2. Outside 3-2. Where does Todd Helton rank in fielding percentage amongst Hall of Fame first basemen? Jessica goes to Springs. I think he's number 1, because I know he's 5th all time with a .996 fielding percentage. So if nobody in the Hall of Fame who played first base is higher than that. Strike 3 on Pacheco. The 4 guys higher: Casey Kochman, Mark Teixeira, Travis Lee, and Doug Minkiewicz. None of those guys are going to the Hall of Fame. Teixeira's a great player, though.
And this is a good game for us to get George a new hat. This is the Gallegos
What
family.
hat is it?
I'm going to tell you, George. Hold on. They're from Rocky Ford. It's Frank, Jeanette, his wife, Frankie, Marissa. The family's here. Do you know where Rocky Ford is or anything about it, George?
Rocky Ford dealership?
Rocky Ford, Colorado.
No, I don't.
I know
I'm
this.
being honest.
It's the home of the best cantaloupes and best melons, right?
Right, that's right, exactly. The home of the melons.
Well,
So-
he can keep the hat. I want a cantaloupe.
He says he wants a cantaloupe. But the hat, the great thing about the hat is the nickname. It's a mascot that looks like a melon, and they're the Meloneers.
I gotta have it.
The
I gotta have it.
Meloneers.
I gotta have it.
You gotta have that. The
That's a
Meloneers.
great hat.
Right.
He hasn't given the hat up, though. Ask him if he's got another one.
Frank, you got another one, right?
Yes.
Can I bring it up to George?
Sure.
Yeah, it's yours, George.
You're awesome.
The
I don't care.
Melaneers.
You're awesome.
You're awesome.
All right,
You're
thank
great.
you.
Now just teach me how to do it.
How to grow a melon?
Yeah, all that stuff.
Oh, okay. Do you grow melons?
We don't grow them, we eat them.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Mark wants a melon.
Cantaloupe, honeydew, whatever you got. We can bring it up to the booth, but we'll bring this hat. In the rain, I'm coming
Man,
up, George.
I appreciate it.
Right?
That's great. I tell him I really thank him a lot.
Thanks, and thanks for the trek up from Rocky Ford.
No problem. It's awesome being here.
All right, thank you guys.
Mark, how bad's the rain right now?
I guess
It's coming down. It's raining. It's a decent. Yeah, it's summer rain. Everybody's looking at me like you're in the rain.
Is it a clear-up shower?
I think this is going to be around for a bit. It's pretty thick around here, but yeah, I think we'll get it in.
Okay. Ground crew's ready.
Adam Ottavino's in the ball game. Bouncer to Arenado. Spins and keeps his feet and throws out. Betancourt.
You know, you guys keep hitting it on that left side. It's not much fun. You're going to make a lot of right turns hitting it towards Nolan. Well, let's check out Ottavino.
Tom Gorzolani coming up to face Adam.
You see the numbers overall here. 0-2, 48 in the third inning so far. Ottavino got the loss the other day on an unfortunate loss because he only gave up one run. It was on a wild pitch slider down and away. Lopez came on to give up 4 runs. In the ninth, the Rockies lost the ball game 5-3. So Ottavino with a very good earned run average. Back out again here. You got starting pitcher in. Go after it.
And that's pump foul and out of play down the right field line. Just to further embellish our response on Nolan Arenado, third baseman, and Gold Gloves, and the potential fielding percentage, which is important, but it doesn't tell the whole story always. Placido Polanco, who we just saw, is fielding at 987. That's number 1 in the league at third baseman. Believe it or not, Juan Uribe, the former Rocky, he's always had good hands. He's at 980. How much range Juan has now. Martin Prado of Arizona is third in the league in fielding percentage. And I will guarantee you one thing. None of those 3 will win the Gold Glove.
No, David Wright or Chris Johnson. Tell him.
Yeah,
the big city.
Yeah,
wins every time.
Find
out how many guys won a Gold Glove last year that played in a mid-market town.
Thanks for texting in your questions to Toyota Talk. For more answers to your questions, visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM. Our Hall of Famer Tracy Ringlesby will answer another question. It's Hall of Fame weekend. A little different this year because nobody's being inducted.
They're all just going to meet and eat and kind of go by. Meet, eat, greet, and leave.
Yeah, your old buddy Bert Blyleven was upset that only 35 Hall of Famers showed up. But I understand a little bit because there's no players going.
Right.
Boy, it's really coming down now. Ricky Weeks at the plate. On Weeks.
Tough to pitch in this kind of stuff. If you're a big pusher, meaning you're pushing off that back foot and landing kind of violently on the front side, you feel real uneasy because you don't know if that foot's going to go out from underneath you. So when you come down, you really plant that lead foot hard.
Those ladies are determined we're going to have a good time at the Rockies game regardless. Big smiles, oblivious it seems to the rain. There they are. 2-2 on the ground to Tulowitzki. And Todd with the tag gets Ricky Weeks. So 1-2-3 inning for Adam Ottavino. 6-0 Milwaukee. Milwaukee got 3 off of Colin McHugh. Ricky Weeks started with a double. Gene Segura had a base hit to drive him in. And then Gomez with a sac fly to Michael Kadire. And Caleb Guindo lined a double to right center field. And then in the 3rd inning, after a run scored the second from Milwaukee, they'd get 2 more. Gomez a single, and then Francisco a 2-run home run. For Juan Francisco, his 13th home run of the year. McHugh goes 5 innings. He gives up 6 runs, all of them earned on 9 hits. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Rockies have done very little against Tom Gorzolani. He's allowed just 3 singles. It'll be the top of the order for the 3rd time for the Rockies against Gorzolani. Dexter is 0 for 2. Fly ball to right and a ground ball to short.
Well, this rain coming out very steady now here at Coors Field.
Rockies have not had a runner reach second base. This is becoming the homestand that is going to be remembered for figuratively when the Rockies' bats got stolen out of the clubhouse. Jeff Bianchi's in the ballgame at shortstop for Gene Segura.
Thinking probably that arm where he got hit when he swung came up a little bit sore.
Yeah, it's got to be. One out, DJ LeMahieu coming up. DJ lined out to center field. Gomez made a nice diving catch coming in to rob DJ of a hit. Also a strikeout for LeMahieu tonight. Inside. Good swing by LeMahieu. 1 and 2, you got your new hat.
Got another one last night, the Culp seat, and tonight we get the melon hat, the Meloneers. What do you think?
I
like
like it because it's a pro style hat.
I like it. You like it, don't you? What do you mean by
And it
pro
fits
style?
you
What's
well.
the way you mean
Well,
by
it
that?
doesn't, you know, it
Doesn't have a snap in the back?
Yeah, it doesn't have a snap in the back.
We just used to call those hats without snaps in the back.
That makes sense. This is going to drop, and another hit for the Rockies, and now LeMahieu's going to try to push it, and DJ will get to second base. First Rocky tonight to reach second base. It'll be a double for LeMahieu.
Looking at it from center field on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Change up down and away. LeMahieu does such a great job of that ball down and away from him. Drive it to the opposite field and right center. Just let it dump in, and then it's off to the races. But it's the way he cut the bag at first base under wet conditions to get headed down to second. Very nice job of that. We used to call the pro style hat fitted.
Fitted hat, okay.
It's the new young jargon of that pro style because it's the one the pros wear.
Tulowitzki at the plate. He singled his last time up. Also a strikeout.
Dougie, you like the word fitted? Dougie's a fitted guy.
I like that term. I think that applies. It's a good looking hat.
It's a real nice looking hat. Mark did good on this one, didn't he?
Looks like the guy. It looks like one of the characters from Monsters Inc. on the
right. It's a melon. It's the melon monster.
That guy right there.
Melon monster. That's right. Meloneers on one side. What's over here?
That's Meloneers.
Meloneers. What's over here?
Rocky Ford.
See? I'm wanting a melon now. Start bringing that up. Hey, Mark.
They just brought the hats. They didn't bring the melons. Here's the 1-1. In there, 1-2.
Did nice job.
Gene Segura did lead the ball game with right forearm tightness.
How'd you say this guy's name? Bianchi?
Bianchi.
Tulowitzki struck out on a fastball down and in his first at bat. Wasn't very happy about it. Singled between short and third in the last.
2-2 on Troy. 1 out. LeMahieu at second. Rockies have been shut out so far. 1 out in the 6th inning. Base hit. That should get LeMahieu home. Here's the throw from Gomez, and it's not going to get DJ. So the Rockies score here in the 6th inning. Their first run, 6-1 on the base hit by Tulowitzki, his 57th RBI.
Nothing going on down in their bullpen yet. Line drive out of the reach of Weeks, and then now here comes the LeMahieu round for the first run for the Rockies. Scores on a high fastball and he knew it. He was mad because he gave up that run. Best outing as a starter since he pitched against the New York Mets when he went 6 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, no earned runs, struck out 8.
Here's Kadire. Kadire 0 for 2. Two and 1. Rockies with 8 runs yesterday. They had 8 in the entire series against Miami. 3 of those came in the final inning, down 5-0. Ball 4. Gorzelani hangs his head, kicks at the dirt on the mound, and Rick Kranitz will come out. 2 on with 1 out for Aline Rosario. Rockies sensing an opportunity. And here's what is so unusual about the Rockies' issues offensively, particularly at home in the month of July. They've hit 205 on the road in July. Overall 225, just 248 at home. Now historically they've hit 310 at home in the month of July, and overall a 272 average. I mean, you're talking about a 62-point differential between what they've done at home in 2013 and what they've done their first 20 years at home.
Big difference, huge difference. Goodness.
You have the game figured out, George, right?
Well, when you feel like, oh, we're going to come home and hit with all this power, do all these things, and you don't.
It's baffling when things don't get figured out. Well, Rosario's got a chance with one swing of the bat to put the Rockies right smack back in the middle of this ball game.
Rolling a single and a strikeout against Gorzolani. And he chased up and away. That's one of the things Walt has been talking about the last couple of days, and Dante Bichette as well. Have a quality at bat. Don't try to do too much. And clearly on that first swing, a young player trying to do exactly what you talked about. One swing, I can get my club right back in it.
Trying to do too much.
And that was not the pitch to do that with. Good eye. 1-1. Brandon Kinsler is now throwing. Steady rain continues to fall at Coors Field here in the 6th. High fly ball down the left field line. It is gone. 3-run home run. Waleed Rosario. Here comes the Rockies. That's the 14th jack of the year for Rosario, and it's 6-4.
Gorzolani too upset at the mound. He felt like he slipped on the mound. He yelled out at Dana DeMuth to get somebody out here to clean up the mound. So they're going to come out and try to get some dry dust on here immediately. He's very upset with the conditions here right now. Let's look at this pitch. Slider that stayed up in the zone. Disappointment there all over the face, and now he's pointing back to the mound. But Rosario hadn't hit a home run in a while, and he hits one in. It cuts the lead to 6-4 in a hurry.
First home run in a month for Rosario. Good time for it. So here come the Rockies. Now down just 2.
One more look. Beltai's slider. It came right to the center of the plate. He is flat out smoked it right down the left field line. Stays fair by about 5 feet. It only had to be fair an inch.
Just 1 out, and now Ron Renicky, after they do all the mound improvements, is going to come out and take the baseball from Gorzolani. Gorzolani walks off. He threw 5 shutout innings. The Rockies just got 4 off him in the 6th. 2 of the Brewers here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitching change for Milwaukee. Brandon Kinsler has come aboard, the 5'11" right-hander, with Todd Helton to lead things off and Nolan Arenado to follow. 40 appearances this year. The number is pretty solid. The whip is beneath 1.
The opposition's hit just 205 against him. A success story. Signed by the New York Yankees out of the 40th round in 2004. Excuse me, San Diego Padres. Drafted by the Yankees in 03. Released by San Diego on April the 1st in 06. Went and pitched independent ball for a couple of years for the St. Paul Saints. Was signed and purchased the contract. Milwaukee did. And lo and behold, 2010 he's in the big leagues again. In 2011 he pitched in 9 ball games, and in this last year 14 ball games. This year 40 appearances. I'm not giving up, folks. You have to run me off. And sure enough, earned this trip back to the big leagues in a Brewer uniform.
It's a great story. 40th round picks don't typically make the big leagues. He was released when he had a shoulder injury. The Padres, as George described. And St. Paul's the St. Paul Saints, kind of a famous independent team. He wasn't even playing there. He was actually playing for a team in Winnipeg.
Winnipeg has a really good team, though.
Is that right? And then he requested a trade and was granted it to St. Paul, and that's where he was kind of discovered. Winnipeg given an opportunity to get back with a big league organization. The Winnipeg Gold Eyes. 1-0 on top, and that's down low. 2-0. He went to Pasadena City College and then Dixie Junior College. Here's the 2-0. This is lifted to pretty deep left field. Gindel going over in the corner, and he makes the catch.
Second time Todd's hit it deep to left field to come up empty-handed.
2 outs. That'll bring up Arenado. A couple ground balls tonight for Arenado. Autoglass damage. Call Safelite Autoglass 303-287-5000. Online at safelite.com.
Tonight, Jonathan Gray, the #1 draft pick of the Rockies, pitched for Grand Junction again, and leading in that ball game 2-1. First time he's gone a little bit extended in the season. 5 innings, 5 hits, a run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts for Jonathan Gray. Had 4 ground ball outs, a couple of fly ball outs.
Bianchi throws it in the dirt, but it's fielded there by Francisco. Whole new ball game. Rockies get 4 in the 6th. Tulowitzki knocked in LeMahieu, who had doubled, and then Rosario hits a 3-run jack. 6-4 Milwaukee. as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Time now for the Coors Light Freeze Can. Ricky Weeks at the plate. And a ground ball near the line. Nice pickup by Arenado. Nice pickup by Helton. Boy, he is smooth. That's brought to you by Farms Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Nori Aoki will lead things off for the Brewers in the 7th inning. He'll be followed by Jeff Bianchi and then Jonathan Lucroy. 2, 3, and 4. Second inning of work for Adam Ottavino. Colin McHugh in his Rockies debut. 5 innings, he gave up 6 runs, 9 hits, so walking 2 punch-outs. Ottavino had a 1-2-3 6th inning. Aoki, one hit tonight, a sac bunt as well. He's 1 for 2. And Nori takes inside. It's 2-0.
The left-hander Josh Outman up and throwing in the Rockies bullpen.
Three 3-0.
A nice comeback there. I like that. 3-0 count in the back, pound the zone to get a ground ball. Individual game day suites and party facilities still available for the regular season, including the Cardinals and Red Sox series. Call for more information today.
So Gorzelani goes 5 1/3, gives up 4 runs on 6 hits. Walked 1, struck out 4. This is Bianchi hitting where Gene Segura was. Former 2nd round pick out of a high school in Lancaster, PA. Got close to $700,000 to sign. Turned down a scholarship to NC State. On the outside corner, or I guess a little bit off the corner. It's 2-0. Ottavino earlier in the year and last year seemed like he threw harder, George.
95 up to 96 miles an hour. This has of late been 88 to 91. Coming out of the bullpen, still has the nasty slider. If he's locating the fastball, that's good. But velocity has dropped a little bit. But if you hit your spots, velocity's not everything. But a lot of hard throwers kind of equate it to golf all the time. There's a lot of guys that hit it the country mile. There's very few guys that have the flat stick to make money with it.
Ground ball, you got to come get. Arenado did. He's got such soft hands. Rockies defense has been rock solid. 2 outs. Jonathan Lucroy, who's 1 for 3, a double and a run scored back in the 1st inning. This ball's well hit right center field, and it is gone. Wow. Home run number 15 for Lucroy. And Milwaukee leads it 7-4. Lucroy leads all National League catchers in home runs. He broke the tie with Willeen Rosario and John Buck with that swing.
Without a special talent, no question, playing both sides of the ball the way Drew likes to say it, defensively and offensively. We're going to see this pitch in. Fastball right in the middle of the plate. He just takes it out to right center field and Coors Field into that Rockies bullpen.
End of the inning, but a home run from Lucroy. 7-4 Milwaukee.
To put Milwaukee up 7-4 as we go bottom 7. Well, this weekend was a great event for the Rockies' wives and girlfriends, their better halves. As you can see, they were on the concourse. They had their grab bag event. For $40, you get a bag, you get an autographed baseball. The guys signed 2 dozen, and they were hoping to raise upwards to $30,000 for Make-A-Wish Colorado and Joshua's Station. Claudia Kadir was one of the kind of ringleaders, but you see a lot of the ladies were there. They did that on the concourse on Friday and Saturday. Their next charity event will be Saturday, August the 10th, when the Pirates are in town, and that'll be their baskets that they have. They have some from the All-Star game, from all the All-Stars, and you can find more info at ColoradoRockies.com. But guys, a nice little event, always for a good cause.
Absolutely, great cause. Mark, here in the 7th inning, it'll be Charlie Blackmon. The Rockies will send Corey Dickerson up to the plate. It looks like to pinch hit for Ottavino. Dexter Fowler will bat 3rd in the inning. Brandon Kinsler got the final 2 outs in the 6th inning after the Rockies scored 4 times. 3-run home run from Aline Rosario, the big blow. Outside, ball 1 on Charlie. Blackmon is 1 for 2. 7-4 Milwaukee. Blackmon bounces this one to short. Bianchi throws out. Blackmon.
Follow the Rockies on your phone or iPad with MLB.com at Bat13 app, featuring pitch tracking stats, highlights, and a whole lot more.
Corey Dickerson just got back to the big leagues yesterday.
Went down, swung about well at AAA, still kept that average above 370.
That's not easy to do.
And one misfortunate type situation while here in the big leagues, missed the AAA All-Star team, which he was for sure going to be on that ball club. The only one from Colorado Springs, Ryan Wheeler, the third baseman.
Pomerantz made it as well, but he was like Dickerson in the big leagues at that point in time. Which you'd prefer to be?
I think so.
1-0 on Corey. Outside, 2-0 on Dickerson. Glad he's getting another opportunity, George. You can see with his swing, and we've seen it in spring training in particular, why he hits so well. The second time through, you slow yourself down a little bit.
You hope so. You hope you're able to get not caught up with the tickets, mom, dad, wife. He's married to a school teacher, that you get all that tied up into one big deal that you're worrying so much about all the aspects of the game other than the game. Just let your natural ability take care of it.
2-1. And a base hit to left. Good piece of hitting. That's how you hit 370. You use the whole ballpark. So a 1-out knock for Dickerson.
Watch how the swing comes through. The foot hits the ground. Ball's making its approach. Then the hands just fly to the area of where the ball was thrown. It's just a nice job of hitting here by Corey Dickerson. Doesn't know how to play any other way than 100%. You got all kinds of people trying to direct the middle infield. You got Weeks telling Betancourt that Fowler typically will pull the ball on the ground. So you make sure you're throwing a ground ball hit to Betancourt, you're going to shortstop with it on the force out.
Dex 4 for 30 on the homestand. That'll be a great time to break out of that. Dex bunt a little bit more this year than he has in years past. Slippery grass. I know he already has a strike on him. 1-1. This could be a problem. Weeks come in and he's gonna. No, it's bobbled at first base by Francisco. Another infield error for the Brewers. Their 41st this year.
And that opened the floodgates up, and I'm not sure what Ron Renicki's going to argue about here. He's going to Corey Blazer, the first base umpire. Wanting to know if he had possession of the ball or not.
The only thing he could be arguing is he was pulling it out of his glove and he lost it in the transition.
He's got one hand stuck out.
Oh, the ball's coming out.
I mean, there he's turning the glove into him. He's turning the glove in, but he's not trying to grab the baseball.
There's no argument. He just didn't catch it.
Wanted a little walk in the ring.
An error on Francisco. There's 2 on with 1 out. DJ LeMahieu and Tulowitzki on deck. See if the Rockies can capitalize. Down 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. They trailed by 6 for a good portion of this game. That's ball 1. DJ doubled his last time up to snap an 0 for 11 slide. A career .379 hitter against Brewer pitching. Dana DeMuth says that's a strike. It's 1-1. Rockies inside, 2-1. Outfield swung a little bit toward right center. DJ whacks it into the crowd foul. And it's 2-2. Rockies, despite the great start he pitching for most of the month of July, just 9-12 this month. Trying to finish strong. Today's the 27th. A double play ball. 6-4-3 on the turn. The error does not hurt Milwaukee. We'll go to the 8th inning. The Brewers 7 and the Rockies 4. Top of the 8th, come down to the Celtic Tavern tomorrow for a night at the races fundraiser for the Youth Cancer Baseball Tour. Now listen up, the tour takes children with cancer and their families to Major League Baseball games around the nation. The event begins at 5 p.m. and will feature a raffle, chances to win many prizes, and many more highlights than that. All donations benefit the 2013 Youth Cancer Baseball Tour. Tonight at the races at the Celtic Tavern. That's tomorrow. Josh Outman in the 8th inning takes over for Adam Ottavino. Ottavino went 2 innings. He allowed the home run to Jonathan Lucroy. Caleb Gindel at the plate. Juan Francisco and Yuneski Betancourt due after that. Outman has been outstanding against lefties this year. Throws a slider for strike 1.
Backing it up with the right-handed throwing Escalano. Axford's warming up for the Milwaukee Brewers.
John Axford's been good. He's now an 8th inning man. He was the former closer. They haven't moved him back to that role with the trade of K-Rod. K-Rod was closing games.
I will also tell you there's a couple of ball clubs here tonight waiting, and they've been sitting on this series waiting for Axford to get in the ball game for trade value.
another guy that scouts have been looking at, Mike Gonzalez, the veteran left-hander, former closer with the Pirates. Setup man with the Braves. He had a really tough outing the last time he had the baseball. So this time of year, if you have a bad outing or two and you're a veteran pen guy on a team that's selling, that can eliminate you very quickly from consideration from other teams. 2-2. And that slider misses. 3-2 on Gindel. RBI double in the first, and a ground ball to third in the third inning. A fly ball to very deep right field in the fifth. This is more of a line drive. Kadire tracked it down. 3-2, and that's a base hit. Good impressive swing of the bat. He's got good plate coverage. What's next is brought to you by CenturyLink, and the Rockies tomorrow will send Jolie Chassin to the hill, and that is a good thing. It'll be his 20th start. He's in search of victory number 10. 3.5 ERA. Donovan Hand is similar to Gorzolani, not as old as Gorzolani, but he's kind of a pen guy that's been forced into the rotation. We're on the air with the pregame show at 1:30 right here on Root Sports. Juan Francisco a walk, a 2-run home run, and a strikeout. One and one.
Big slider there on that outer half of the plate. Big tilt, big movement, 83 miles an hour. Still a light miss to at Coors Field. Altman really got on top of this slider and put it right where he needed to.
And then misses 2-2. Nobody out. Leadoff single by Gindel in the 8th inning. Rockies down 3 runs. They've been out hit 11-7. Both clubs have made an error. And strike 3 on Francisco. First out in the 8th inning.
Yeah, perfect location for it. Took it off the plate again. 11 pitches thrown, 6 strikes so far. We'll see you later. Came all the way across the plate, ended up off the plate, but came across and caught it. Dana DeMuth rang him up.
Yuniesky Betancourt at the plate, 0 for 3 tonight. Looks like the rain has stopped for the most part. Chance for 2. Decent enough feed and good footwork by Tulowitzki. 1-6-3 on the turn as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Rockies down a 3 spot. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Tulowitzki, Kadire, Willeen Rosario against John Axford. More on Axford in a moment, but first our AT&T trivia question. Of all players with 100-plus career at-bats against the Brew Crew, who has the highest batting average? Well, it's the guy strolling up to the plate right now. Tulowitzki at 391. Brian Jordan was pretty good athlete, George. I don't know if you remember, he played a little safety for the Falcons.
Yes, I did.
380 career average. Jeff Fry, who's now a player agent, hit 379 against him. Johnny Ray, the former Pirate, and Hanley Ramirez.
Brian Jordan, you'll see Brian this weekend. He works for the Atlanta Braves in their pre and post game shows.
Good guy.
Big right-hander coming into the ball game. 4-3, really got things back in order. Through May 1st, had a 10.32 ERA. Lost the closer's role. Drew mentioned that. But since then, an 0.86 earned run average and only 1 earned run since May 15th. He has been dominant, to say the least.
He does not have, and this is not, it's a hold situation. If you blow it, they give you a blown save, but he doesn't have a save this year, and he's their former closer. 35 saves last year, 46 saves in 2011, which led the National League. Troy tonight struck out his first time, and then he had a sharp single to left, and his last time up he singled to center field, and that hit scored DJ LeMahieu. And then he come around on the 3-run home run by Rosario. It's been a good night for Troy at the plate. Looking to get a rally started with the Rockies down 7-4 in the 8th. John Axford, still with that big arm, throws in the mid-90s.
The biggest key for him now is he is working down in the zone, not up in the zone. That's why he's having the success that he's having right now.
Three and 1.
For teams that are looking at Axford right now, they're looking because he's been throwing strikes. You can't have a 7th, 8th, or 9th inning guy on a championship team. You run out of the bullpen. That you have concerns about the fact he may come in and walk the ballpark.
This is hit to deep right field, way back and gone. Tulowitzki with an opposite field home run, his 18th, and it's 7-5.
That tells you the kind of power he can display at times. When he hit this ball the way he did to right center field. Big power. It didn't hit on top of the scoreboard, it hit up in the seats. Right out of the hand on a 3-1 count, though. Elevated fastball. Not down in the zone. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo gives you a great look at that location, and this shot gives you a great look at the home run.
Troy has always liked the ball up. Kadire takes a strike. 7-5.
4 for 8 in his career versus Axford, too. Troy likes what he sees. That was not a very good swing.
Axford strikes out Michael Kadire. First out in the 8th inning. That'll bring up Rosario. He hit the 3-run home run in the 6th inning. The Rockies trailed 6-1. We got a breaking ball and kept it just inside the foul pole. First home run in a month for the Baby Boom. Seven-5 Brewers. 95 on that heater from Axford. Axford is from Ontario. And he was drafted out of high school by Seattle. Chose to attend the University of Notre Dame. Played in the College World Series as a freshman for the Golden Domers.
It's also going to tell you, too, very quickly that Axford, that run he gave up on May 1st, a home run. That was the last home run he given up, too. That's been a long time.
Yep.
We're talking about July 27th right now.
Yeah, it's really been in a good place.
That's why a lot of these contending teams in here to watch him to see if they feel like he can handle it right now.
The velocity's still there.
Nothing wrong with the arm, is there?
He didn't stay at Notre Dame. He wanted to get closer to home, so he went to Canisius College in Buffalo, New York. Lead off that breaking ball. Two. 3-2. 97-mile-an-hour fastball is down and away. On the ground to Weeks. That's the second out. Todd Helton coming up. Who wants tacos? Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 720-720. When the Rockies do score 7 or more, Taco Bell and Root Sports together will donate $250 to the Colorado I Have a Dream Foundation. Hilton tonight 0 for 3. A foul out, a fly ball to left, and another fly ball to deep left. There's only been 2 guys in Brewers history to have back-to-back 30-plus save seasons. Axford and Dan Plesac. We see all the time on the MLB Network. He does a great job.
Helton 2 for 6. Rockies have hit Axford very well. Kadire for that strikeout, 2 for 3, a home run. Fowler 2 home runs, 3 for 5. This will be the only inning you're going to see him though. Gonzalez 2 for 7, Helton 2 for 6, Pacheco 1 for 2, Rosario was 1 for 2, Tulowitzki now 5 for 9.
Todd fouls it off. Looks like everybody's got a story in baseball. We were talking about earlier Brandon Kinsler being signed out of independent ball. John Axford was drafted twice, 7th round out of high school in Ontario, and then out of Notre Dame he was drafted in the 42nd round, did not sign, went to Canisius, wasn't drafted after that. The Rockies signed him out of an independent baseball league in Western New York. This is driven to center field, and Gomez is there. Then he was released by the Yankees. He was a cell phone salesman, and then he got another opportunity, and look where he is now.
Yeah, pretty good sales job he had.
Yeah.
Must have sold one to the owner of the Brewers.
Home run, Troy Tulowitzki. The Rockies back within 2 as we go to the 9th. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. We've arrived at the 9th inning, top of the Rockies trailing 7-5 to Milwaukee. The Rockies won 8-3 last night. Let's get into our center field set for the Toyota postgame show with a little preview. Here's Jenny.
Hey, thanks, Drew. 7-5 doesn't sound that bad after the Rockies were down 6-0 at one point. We're going to talk about the debut downer. Colin McHugh did not have the Rockies debut that he had hoped for. He got down early in the first. He gave up 3 runs then and just built on that. But don't worry, his offense helped him out. The Rocks kept swinging in the rain, including big home runs from the Bebe Bowl. And we just saw one from Troy Tulowitzki. See if the Rockies can't climb back into this one in the bottom of the 9th. And, of course, we'll get you inside the clubhouse. It's all coming up on the Toyota postgame show, guys.
All right, Jenny, thank you. And while you hand it back to us, we'll tell you that though Josh Outman warmed up, Walt Weiss just walked to the mound after Chris Davis was announced, and we'll have a pitching change. Escalona will be aboard. Top of the 9th inning, and it'll be Edgmer Escalona now on the bump to face Chris Davis. 9-1-2. Davis pinch hitting. Ricky Weeks, Nori Aoki will follow. Escalona, he's got a heavy sinker. Throw the ball in the mid-90s, and the rain is picked up again. Stopped for about an inning. It was raining this hard in the 6th and 7th inning. We have not had a stoppage tonight. You can see those folks huddling under umbrellas behind Chris Davis. Chris Davis came back to the big leagues a few days ago when Braun was suspended for the rest of the year and hit a home run his first game back.
Not going to forget Ryan Braun, obviously. Good and bad. See where the lady yesterday wore the Milwaukee jersey and wrote fraud on her back. And security removed him or told her she had to leave, or so she just reversed it. And then later the Brewers apologized and said our people acted inappropriately. She should have been able to wear what she wants.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad the Brewers afterward made that statement. Back up the middle, that's a base hit. One of the things that Dana DeMuth, who's the crew chief, is going to be looking at here in the 9th inning, obviously, but he's got to look at the playing surface. And even though you're in the 9th inning, if it becomes dangerous in his mind, he'll pull everybody off the field.
I'll tell you the other thing he's going to watch too, and he's going to look out for it very closely from his perspective of being able to call the ball game if raindrops are coming in through that mask and he can't make a call if he's blinking. And he's looking up right now trying to make a decision going 9th inning. Like to try to finish it up if we can.
Ricky Weeks is 1 for 4. He doubled back in the first inning. As Jenny told you, the Brewers got off to a 6-0 start very quickly against Colin McHugh, making his Rockies debut. They were up 6-0 after 3 innings. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third. McHugh would go 5 innings. And Penn allowed just 1 run. Ottavino gave up a home run to Lucroy. Rockies got 4 in the 6th inning, and then they added the Tulowitzki home run last inning. Hit a couple of home runs tonight. Rosario, a 3-run shot, kind of got the Rockies back in contact in this game. But it's 7-5 here in the 9th. Davis can run. He's at first base. But it's a wet track. Weeks chops one to short. And that's a really good job by Tulowitzki. And he just made sure of one. And he knew it was going to be a pretty tight play. And you're dealing with a wet baseball. But nice job by Troy.
Yeah, you're not going to get 2 out of this regardless. It's a muddy, wet baseball, and you're lucky to get 2. I tell you what, Davis came in there very hard. You know, Tulo's not going to get the one at first. You got to try to take the one here. You see the splattering of water come up on DJ.
See, whenever, for me, when the field starts to show a glaze like this, that's when you get a chance for injury. Now, a lot of people tell me Coors Field is one of the best at being able to hold your footing.
Aoki double play ball. Troy's going to take it himself, and the Rockies will look to rally in the bottom of the 9th inning. They trail it 7-5. They'll have Arenado, Blackman, and a pinch hitter. Runs is called for the tarp. And looking at the standing water now on the infield, it's the right thing to do. Walt Weiss asking for an explanation. Try to figure out from a manager standpoint, you know, to whose advantage is it. It's tough for a pitcher to perhaps get their footing. Same token, a hitter's, you know, trying to see a baseball through a multitude of raindrops. Well, we had a rain delay on Thursday of 93 minutes. Hopefully this will be a briefer one. But the bottom of the 9th inning with the Rockies down 7-5. You see the players just kind of hanging in the dugout, hoping this passes quickly. We're going to have a rain delay on a Saturday night. Nolan Arenado is due up. Jim Henderson has been asked to close the game. Again, K-Rod was traded earlier in the week, so they don't have a designated closer, though Henderson's been doing it a little bit, a career minor leaguer. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take you to our Toyota postgame set, where Jenny Kavnar and Jeff Hewson are hanging out. Guys?
Hey, Drew, thanks so much.
that was delayed in the middle of the 9th inning for more than an hour and a half. We'll tell you the official delay time in a moment. 7-5, the Rockies trail. So you're going to try to rally against that man on the left, Jim Henderson. Here in the 9th inning, the Brewers are taking the field. The Rockies fell behind 6-0 early. Colin McHugh made his first start in a Rockies uniform, and it did not go well. He gave up 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 more in the third. He did last for 5 innings. The Rockies trailed 6-0, but they would rally in the 6th inning. Tulowitzki scored 1 with a base hit, and then with 2 aboard, Willeen Rosario, his first home run in a month against Tom Gorzolani. Just fair down the left field line. All of a sudden, it was 6-4. Now in the 7th inning, the lead was expanded by a run with Jonathan Lucroy lined a home run to right center field into the Rockies bullpen. 7-4. The Rockies would get one back in the 8th inning. Troy Tulowitzki at the plate. His 3rd hit of the night. This one over the auxiliary scoreboard. An opposite field shot for Troy, his 18th home run of the year. And then it started pouring. It actually was raining, folks, earlier tonight, and both teams played through it, but the intensity picked up to the point that Dana Demuse said, you know what, the conditions are no longer playable, as he explains to Walt Weiss, and they put the tarp down. Now the tarp came off about a half hour ago, and Mark Razum and his terrific crew have poured a lot of Diamond Dry on and spread it out. Gotten the field playable once again. So the Milwaukee Brewers are out on the field. The Rockies will have Nolan Arenado, Charlie Blackmon, and then we'll see to face Jim Henderson, who's the new closer with the trade of K-Rod a few days ago. And with the bat right now is Yorvi Torrealba. We'll see if Yorvi is the one called upon. Johnny Herrera and Carlos Gonzalez, the others eligible, but they want to stay away from Cargo with that finger injury. Jim Henderson is 3-3. He does have 11 saves from earlier in the season in 14 opportunities.
Yeah, he'll strike out a bunch. 42 in 37 innings. The opposition 199 against him.
It's a good arm. So Nolan Arenado, this is always strange when you have a delay so late in the ball game. Players can hit underneath to get loose once they get a start time. First pitch at 96 in there for a strike. Jim Henderson, 30-year-old from Calgary. So back-to-back Canadians taking the hill for Milwaukee. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2.
Is this the guy that was tending bar in an independent league and they signed him, Dougie?
No,
I think it was.
That was that Kinsler? There's a couple guys that have come out of independent leagues with Milwaukee. That's high. We just rear back and fire it. This guy spent about 10 years in the minor leagues.
And you wonder how and why, because you're throwing 95, 96 miles an hour. And why he spent so much time at the minor league level, couldn't find a strike zone.
Well, you know, and that's what I thought, George. And I'm looking at some of his numbers, and his walks weren't awful. I mean, it wasn't like he was, you know, Greg Maddux.
Maybe he threw harder later on. Who knows?
Strange. 2-2. Good swing. But he literally signed with the Expos back in 03, did not get to the big leagues until last year. And even last year, he had 36 games with Milwaukee, he had 35 games in Nashville with their AAA affiliate. Two and two. There are some fans left.
There's a few. A few of them got the rally hats on.
The official time on the rain delay, 1 hour and 45 minutes.
But it hit. You probably got a shot at getting it. She did.
Rockies have been out hit 12-8. Two and two on Nolan Arenado. Nolan hanging tough. Beautiful thing about after an hour and 45-minute rain delay, especially when it comes so late in the evening. If you hang around and there's a foul ball, you got a real good chance. Your odds go up with getting a souvenir.
That young man just snagged that out of all those big grown-ups are all around. He just snagged it.
You also get to collect cups. And Henderson wins the battle with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, 1 out. Auto glass damage, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. That'll bring up Charlie Blackmon, who's 1 for 3. He had a base hit back in the 5th inning. Johnny Herrera has come out on deck.
And that would change, or could change, if Blackmon were to get on base. Then you may go to the more powerful Torrealba.
You don't need too many digits on your hand to call the game behind the plate for Jim Henderson.
No, it's just rare back here. It is hit it. Trouble is, it sinks, it sails, it rises, it does all the things that you don't want to have to mess with. You know, there's about 12 scouts here, and they've all gone home, Drew. So at breakfast tomorrow, remind me to remind them of who hung around, did their job the whole game.
Yeah, this is Luke down the left field line and not handled by Betancourt.
Saw that coming. He got a late break back there on the baseball. Looking back over your shoulder, not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, he's been a shortstop most of his career. I have to tell you, he's had a forgettable weekend so far defensively. Remember
look
the
where he's
gap
playing
yesterday.
Look where he's playing. 3 steps in onto the grass, a 30-foot run, looking over your shoulder on the backside, hits you on the wrist. Yeah, maybe on the finger. Or on the bearskin. Yeah. Overshot it.
Yesterday he had the gap where they had a force at third. Segura threw him the baseball and he was straddling the bag. Never did touch it.
Yeah, that wasn't good. The Rockies went on to score some runs right after that.
He just picked up an error on that. That's a tough
error.
one.
That's a pretty tough error right there.
And Blackman's gone, and the Rockies, down 2 runs, are also down to their last out. So Johnny 1 for 5 pinch hitting. Also has reached on a pair of walks. Trying to pass the baton to Dexter Fowler. Tulo 3 hits, including the home run. Rosario 2 hits in the home run. 2-0. And 3-0. Barely, but it was in the strike zone. Caught the outer edge, evidently. So it's a 3-1 count on Johnny Herrera.
Gets behind. He doesn't back off, does he? A lot of guys back that down to 91, 92. He just airs it out.
Three and two on Herrera with 2 outs in the ninth. Dialed up 97, and Johnny was equal to the task. Tomorrow, Jolie's Chassin, and for the Brewers, Donovan Hand. 20th start for Chassin, just the 5th start for Hand. He's worked a fair amount out of their bullpen. 3-2 again. And Johnny, it's a high fly ball to right. Norioki is out there. He's got it, and the Brewers win it. Henderson, a 1-2-3, 9th inning for the save. So after an hour and 45-minute rain delay, the Milwaukee Brewers get the final 3 outs. They improve to 43 and 60. The Rockies fall to 50 and 55. Tom Gorzolani, the win, he's 2 and 4. Colin McHugh falls to 0 and 2, but that was his first start in a Rockies uniform. The other loss was with the Mets. Henderson with his 12th save. Tonight's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's. Juan Francisco in the 3rd inning with man aboard against McHugh. Launch one to right field. The 6-run early onslaught against McHugh. Visit jimmyjohns.com to find a location near you. So the Rockies fall to 4-5 on this homestand, which is 1 game left. That's tomorrow, which will be the rubber matchup now between the Rockies and Brewers. Let's get it back to our Toyota postgame set in center field. Jetty and Huey up.